Welcome, Marielle. Welcome, Harmless. How are you all doing? Oh. Well, let's see. I feel like... there's no reason not to get started right now. I think if other people stop by, then I'll say hi to them too. Greetings, travelers, and welcome again to Hollowbel Storytime. I hope you've been well. Let's, I guess get right to this one. It is the third stream of probably 4 of The Devil, a visual novel series that I've been liking quite a bit. Oh no! Oh my gosh, Fire Mountain, you're sickly, you poor thing! Don't die, okay? Try not to die, please. So I hope you can rest. I think that too. It'll pass tomorrow? Okay, that's good. That's good. Glad to hear it. I hope you can get lots of rest then. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a rough one. I'm so sorry. But hope you can get some rest. If anything funny happens, I'll tell you about it afterwards. Well, I'm sure lots of funny things are going to happen. This is of the devil. If you are watching this stream and you were not here for the previous streams, I will say that you will probably get spoiled on a lot of stuff. I mean, there haven't been, like, massive spoilers so far other than, like, well, a singular massive spoiler that you probably shouldn't see. So, you know, go watch it, go play it yourself or watch the VODs or something like that. Otherwise, we're gonna get right to it. Where are you? Oh, it's the heartbreak icon. Perfect. Why does, you'll be listening and watching while lying down? Oh, wonderful. I hope this can be relaxing. I think this game is pretty relaxing. Oh, I missed her. We're playing on high roller mode, that's right. Let's see. So what is the last thing that happened prior to where we left off? I remember that Morgan and Sarah were exploring the, what was it? The, noble, like, skyscraper, the megacorp skyscraper that is full of their offices and factories and stuff like that. And they were learning about the place and learning about Sarah, and then, I forget her name. Let's use Helen Young. Oh yeah, she was nice. And then Helen Young called her up to her office as the, you know, a friend of David's, a higher ranking person in the company than David, which is barely anyone, and probably the person who killed him? Maybe? We'll see. She certainly seems like it. It seems like she was, like, basically suspicious in every way and then kind of is not under consideration as a, like, you know, basically, like, wasn't arrested or, like, considered a danger or anything because she has a lot of money. So, let's see what we can learn, though. We don't know that for sure. Oh my gosh. This is the establishment. Oh, now to see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as Fran claims. I believe that Fran was looking for a musician for Morgan, a musician who was a friend of Adam, or, wait, no, not, darn it, what's, Asher. Yes, David. I was trying to remember, whose name was I mixing up? Thank you. You think Father was close with this man? This man who you've never met? I think he was close with him, yeah. At some point. I had some help making that deduction. Fran saw that their metadata showed a significant cooling of interaction between the two of them, particularly over the past month. But Fran also saw a phone call between the two, last night. So they were close. You think they were sleeping together? That's funny, but actually that's not, you know, could be. Let's find out. That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about. Inappropriate? Adonai, it's only sex. It's only gay sex. I'm getting a very important text message from my private investigator. Excuse me. her private detective. Did you catch the killer yet? No. What the hell? I sent you his POS position? I'm at his position. Moments like this that make me think maybe Morgan has never been on a date in her life. Actually, yeah, believable. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. Oh my gosh. Does being up late in the court, like at 3 a.m. in the courtroom, with Emma on opposite sides of an argument count as a date? Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him right now. Lame. Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Asher a corporate sellout in your eyes? Everyone's a corporate sellout. But Asher gets respect. Why? Because he's a bishy? Only if they make out during. Fair. If I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good architect. Great comparison. That's almost sweet, I think. Asher started working in Cube. So in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like, I don't know. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand. Or something. You know, that lit homework can help you with forming analogies. Okay, so, like, I do remember in the previous session, this was, like, a bit of a... It felt like kind of a throwaway thing, but, like, I remember that this world, there's pretty much just, like, one very general purpose coding language that, like, everybody uses, kind of like if JavaScript, like, subsumed everything. So in this comparison, I guess, like, any knowing or, like, especially growing up using any programming language other than the one that everybody speaks is, like... Imagine if JavaScript subsumed everything. Or, like, look, it's not absolutely everything. Just, like, way too much. But yeah, it's like, you know, if people who only knew JavaScript were, like, talking with someone who, like, programmed in C, they would probably be like, wow, that's hard. Eat this analogy. Did that come through, or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger. Oh my god. Morgan doesn't have the character set installed. I take it Cube is a programming language. What's special about it? pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. Oh, so it is JavaScript. You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. And if something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically. It is JavaScript, but not Cube. Yeah, I was just thinking about that, Harmless. Thank goodness I have the character set. I was thinking of that exact one. You can look it up. But basically, Cube was originally for robotics and, like... one second. How does, where is the... I'm switching to my controller. Oh, I see. Because she's on her phone, she can't stop to look things up. I was wondering why that wasn't responding. That's kind of a... That's actually a really nice, like, detail. You can't pause the game while Morgan's talking on her phone. Basically, Cube was originally for robotics and, like, machinery, stuff that had to operate in mines, under the ocean, middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. So Cube had to be self-sufficient. How rugged. Where'd Asher learn Cube anyway? It's older than dirt. From, like, the 40s. I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something. Vague. Well, yeah. David didn't like to talk about his family. And I never asked. What did your rabid investigator have to say, Adonai? Not telling. The stage for the talent, pretty close to the floor. Guess it fits with the whole round table aspect of this place. Everyone's on more or less equal footing, dancing in the dark, once you get past the bouncer. Do you think they might have met here? David and Porter? I can't see David walking in here. I can see it. Because you found the walk so challenging? Because it's too loud to relax. And not dark enough to be anonymous. I see. What's that face? You got an opinion to share? The atmosphere's not bad in here, but the music isn't quite... I'll find you a survey to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like? Early 21st century punk rock. Fuck yeah, she's awesome. She's so cool. I love her. Is that just you, or does that go for all androids? I haven't met all androids. I can't speak for them. Wonder what they'd say. If they're smart, they'd say that music peaked with early 21st century punk rock. Oh, debate settled. Is this you? I'll click on the other stuff first. What kind of reading material gets left out in a club? Okay. The most beautiful woman in the world. That's great. Welcome, Zeno. Sarah listening to Fall Out Boy. Yeah, that's so nice to think about. Oh, luxury. People think it's an ego thing, but it was just a random username I picked up back when I was grassroots. Then it was a pseudonym to give me a little shade from all the attention. Now it's a brand, and I can't change it without setting the stock market into a spin, so... Alright, who is she? Wow, she's wearing no brands. That's so striking. That's so surprising. Oh my gosh, this person is ridiculous. So, do you have a skincare routine? Any tips you'd like to share? Be a little bratty, act a little spoiled. Keeps you young. That's nice. Oh, and how old are you exactly? Everyone's dying to know. 18 to 29, now and forever. Thank goodness. Good for you, honestly. I'm pumping that offspring in AFI. Oh my gosh, that's nice to think about. Her eye for business. Really, Morgan? In the meantime, she's... well... I mean, she seems powerful. Is the implication that she... I feel like this is asking otherwise, but... I wasn't really comprehending what I was reading, so... She was mostly talking about how, Oh, I see. Yeah, that's true. She was talking about how, like, I mean, not just that she's awesome, but that, like, you know, she can't do anything without, everything blowing up. Right? Trapped between a rock and a hard place. If she steps out of line, her sponsors will bleed each other dry in bidding wars for her wardrobe's limited real estate. There's no skin off her back. She's already got more money than she could ever spend. The corporations can't afford to not keep growing, so they never reach a point where they can afford to lose. If she's smart enough to take advantage of that, good for her. Though I didn't get the coins, so maybe I failed that check? I don't actually remember. It was the wrong answer? Darn. Okay, so is the sort of right answer, like, she's powerful because, she's got $1 billion, that kind of thing? 'Cause, like, you know... She's powerful because she could blow up her sponsors. That's true, that's true. I wasn't thinking they actually wanted it considered to that extent. That's good. She is powerful because she could blow up her sponsors. That's true. Oh, that one over there. He matches the photo Fran sent. Should I approach now or look around some more? Let's make sure. Oh, the bar. Only time bar food is any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste in the gap between chewing and swallowing. Oh, that's kind of true. So you can, like, eat things? Yes, I can. What, like android food? There is no such product. So, what do androids eat? Online user guides for Noble's war models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. Oh yes, Susurus. I did in fact notice that. As an announcement for everyone, Of the Devil episode 2 is in fact, well, you can read chat, delayed until the 23rd. So, I was going to have release day of episode 2 be my last stream of episode 1, but now I will finish episode 1, and there won't be any episode 2 to read for like 5 days. So if you're thinking of watching or reading episode 2 after this, just watch out for that. Fortunately, that means I can play episode 2 on release day, so that's pretty good. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whenever they need to eat, it's to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes. Sounds a lot like what mod users go through with their sports drinks and energy bars. And charger separation anxiety. According to the net, worm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long-term. That sounds... nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets sounds awful. Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food? Yeah, android kibble. No, it is not like dog food at all. Can you buy it from... Can you buy it from the pet store? It seems that you can. How is this something you have to look up anyway? Oh my gosh. It's from the pet store. It's dog food. They're feeding her dog food. Yeah, okay, Marielle, I was thinking candy as well there. Like, I saw the processed pellets and was like, I was like, okay, at first I was like, oh, that's dog food, and then I was like, maybe they're talking candy. Great minds think alike, huh? Because I've always just eaten whatever father gave me. Like what? Marbled beef. Never hydroponic avocados. Foie gras. Oh my gosh. She got the fancy daughter meal. Cube, yeah. A tier 5 programming language. Interesting. Yeah, this is something I think a lot about with, well, no, I don't really think a lot about it because I mean, I'm a little silly forest fairy, but like I've thought about this sometimes. A lot of like sort of modern web design is like really data intensive, you know, like it's a website is enormous and most of that code is just like silly backend libraries that don't like matter for displaying data, you know, I mean, as well as like advertisements, you know. It's a little bit like, I don't know. I guess like it's the sort of thing that because computing power has become so cheap for people, you know, they can afford to waste it. Oh my gosh. Yeah. The massive data center will only expand. It's just like, most of that code is tracking and analytics. Like, it's mostly just stuff that doesn't matter to you, the person using it. And it mostly hasn't, like, mattered. Like, people's phones have gotten slower, but not so slow that they're, like, unusable. And now, you know, now that kind of leaves people who don't have that computing power to spare, who don't have the newest gadgets out to dry, and, you know, especially, like, yeah, disaffected communities, third world countries, you know, more specifically places that don't have, like, you know, enormous, like, capitalist empire money to, like, throw around at every problem. Anyway, that's my rant. I think people just need to use HTML and CSS and chill it with the JavaScript. I think that would make everything fine. Welcome, Badmint Witch. Never Hydroponic is a movement calling for sourcing food exclusively from farms utilizing natural sunlight. Okay. Fascinating. The creator of the language only being known... only being known by their username? Yeah, pretty good. Never hydroponic food sourcing. Okay. Yeah. Vertical farms, rural skyscrapers where each floor is utilized for food production. Oh my gosh. Reducing the impact of unstable weather on agricultural output. Yeah, I mean, a vertical farm seems useful, but also, that's really sad. That sort of thing. I am not paying for any of that. Okay, yeah, that's him alright. Looks like he's killing time before his sets tonight. Oh my gosh, I love his look. Really good. Are you unsure how to proceed, Adonai? I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I'll... This guy seems cool, but I'm gonna play it straight. Isaac Porter. What's up? My name's Morgan. I was David's friend. Right now I'm his lawyer. Can we talk? Depends. Were you a friend from work? No. Over here. The first time Morgan did anything straight, yeah. Yeah, the mesh top is really good. Thanks, Isaac. Don't thank me yet. I might just sit here, shut my mouth, and stick you with my tab. So, what kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend? I love his eyeshadow too. Really cute. Did he get a profile? September 18th. All this stuff. Oh my gosh. Does that make him? Musician. He's a bassist. Nice. He likes itineraries, grilling, champagne. He dislikes resistance training, producers, and ads. Good to know. The best at gift giving. The worst at folding laundry. The cube-related term? What is that? Let's see. Oh, this is evidence. Where is the... Yeah, I was wondering about that resistance training. I was assuming the exercise, but it's otherwise is possible. Oh, terms, thank you. Oh my gosh, where are you, Cube? Apologies if I take a little bit of, if I take a little bit to catch my way here. I feel a little bit, how do I put it? I was enjoying some of that fairy herb earlier, so forgive me if I'm a little bit absent-minded. He does feel like the type to dislike lifting weights. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. Well, let's see some more of him. Cube has not been developer supported since like 20 years ago and is considered a defunct programming language. Because of it, much of its modern documentation was never ported from the old net, and due to its incompatibility with tenets, there is little to no corporate interest in the ongoing grassroots digital archaeology effort to archive it. Oh, that's so sad. Oh. Contra Fighter Engineers Contra? What is Contra here? Utilize Cube during this 27-day siege to seize mechanized weapons from peacekeeping forces in a cyber warfare operation that is frequently cited as the key reason as to why the siege lasted as long as it did. Interesting. Peacekeeping forces, I figure, like, okay, so were these people were cool, and so the peacekeeping forces are probably the US, as always, but... Oh, really? Okay, my bad. The original Contras were right-wing anti-communist rebels. Fascinating. Is that something that... Are they just calling them that? Aww. Think you missed the bus on that then. Yeah. And I'm a friend that needs to know what happened yesterday. Wasn't everyone? Try somewhere else, friendly lawyer. I haven't seen him in weeks. You might not have seen him, but we both know that you spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Only a short time before he died. How the hell? Oh, Contra is counter-revolutionary. Okay, I didn't know that. Interesting. I wonder why they used that word here then. Or, well, maybe that's just the situation in question. Me always assuming that if the media is calling somebody nice in a peacekeeping force, that, like, you know, they're probably the Empire. But that's beside the point. Pretty obvious that you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary, so why don't we just cut to the chase? No lies, no playing coy. Fine. Sarah. Yes, Adonai? Well, is that thing transmitting? I'm not streaming any data, no. Order doesn't seem to recognize Sarah either. One more person David was keeping secrets from. I need to record everything for the court. Fine. You two were together, is that correct? We were together. I ended it. So they were together! That's nice. That's awesome. Thank goodness. Yesterday. Oh no. Oh, that's sad. Care to elaborate? On our entire relationship? Look, you can tell me everything once, and I can get in on the record. Or you can hear the same questions over and over again from 1,000 different cops and Megs for the next 3 months. We've met in a bar. I had seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else. Each time talking with his mouth, but not looking with his eyes. It ticked me off. Yeah, this track is good. Scribbling on napkins, letting a single gin and tonic sweat into the table for 2 hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call, and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it 10 minutes. And he'd still sit there the rest of the night, unfazed. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. David Asher was literally neurodivergent. Oh my gosh. And he ticked me off. That's nice. I wonder... That's cute. That's good. That's good. Your Honor, if I fumbled a baddie like this, I too would end it all. Oh my gosh. One night, things were going slow, and my set had been cancelled, and his date hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse before bailing, so... I asked him why he'd insisted on coming there, night after night. Just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in, at a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he just said, because I like your music. Damn. Man, that ticked me off. It was cute early on. And being so passionate about work, I could barely pretend to understand. And I liked that we gave each other space, you know? Felt like we were being mature or whatever. Asher with the autistic charm, plain blunt direct sincerity, that's so true. Until? There was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point, I started to understand where his priorities were. Yeah, the charm of someone who's, you know, well, who's honest about how much they care, but in a way is honest about how much they don't care, too. And how I ranked in them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed that he would also be that passionate about me. At some point. So I pulled away a little, wanted to see if he'd notice. If he'd miss me. Poor Porter was unaware he was dating a single mother. Oh, kinda true. Kinda true. Yeah, I guess his daughter was his priority. Testing him. Like, that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. He never budged. I could ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. He neglected his boyfriend because he was too busy raising their daughter. He was raising their daughter and not telling him. I think that's pretty... I think David could have been... It sounds like he was a good mom, but he could have been a better boyfriend. Oh, that's so sad. I picked a fight. He'd never get angry or upset. He'd just apologize. He didn't want to fight with me. Guess he was never invested enough to bother. Oh, hey now. Hey, wait a second. Don't assume it like that, you know? Maybe that's, I mean, he sounds like he wasn't a great boyfriend, but... It was my mistake. I watched him sit there all those nights, not giving a shit when people walked away, and still, I had this stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I'd be different. That I would be special. But I wasn't, so I ended it. Last night, I called him, didn't expect he'd pick up. I had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant or ad or whatever. Likely in an unintentional way, definitely, yeah. Not to say that he was, like, intentionally being a jerk or whatever, but... That's rough. But he answered. First thing. First ring. Without hesitation, shame, or awkwardness. And that ticked me off. So I told him exactly how valued he had made me feel the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Asher. And what did he say? He apologized. And then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him. Shit. That's so sad. David was genuinely not aware of missteps, so the apologies were sincere, but he was not good at actually, you know, maintaining and being there for the priorities in his life. Yeah, I understand that. It's rough. I understand that. I am also a person who, you know, well, I'm a fairy, so I think being, you know, flighty and, forgetting about things often is... I think it's plenty normal, but it does interfere with relationships. Yeah, to have executive dysfunction going on, you know? That is... He was being sincere here, definitely, but that's rough. Even Sarah knows that one's awful. Woof. I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped up in warm disdain for him and his coldness. He made that easy for me. I went to sleep hurt but clean, ready for something new. And then this morning I wake up to see that... My ex killed himself. Not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. What the hell, man? What the hell, David? Now you're just the tip of an iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards. Parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Asher over the edge. I never wanted to be his last lifeline or the straw that broke his back. I just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out that was asking for too much. It's yet to be determined whether David committed suicide. He's serious. You don't have all the facts. You do? Any one of them point to anything else? Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No summons? The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go. Your photography is very impressive. Yeah, thanks. And your range is remarkable. So it pained me to see that all your works in the last quarter have been so melancholy. I think... Well, what the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? Need to steal him from somewhere first, butcher him before shitting him back out? That's really sad, but really justified. I absolutely understand him. That's so sad. I'm enjoying the club just fine. I was not trained on any datasets that... pardon me. My mistake, really. Not your fault you're only standing here because rich prick nerds were allowed to rob the world blind for most of the century. Sarah, we're leaving. What the hell was that about? He was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model, an early 21st century... Not that. Why'd you talk to him? I wanted to... I just felt that I should say something to him. A word of advice. People don't want comfort from strangers. Especially when they're androids. Oh, poor Sarah. I'm really enjoying it so far, to answer you, Catatonia. This scene is rough, though. They want comfort from the people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else, it's just... corn syrup on a parched tongue. Ah. Doesn't matter how sweet it is. They'll just start gagging. You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai? Compared to you, I'm a goddamn savant. Morgan, you asshole. This is the first time I've said that tonight. I'm going to say it many more times before the night is done. Come on, there's not much time left. Is there still somewhere you want to investigate? Somewhere I need to return to, actually. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that could establish an alternative interpretation of the facts. But if there did exist hard evidence that could prove his death wasn't a suicide, there's only one place I could find it at this point. Interesting. 5:16 p.m. Noble Employee Housing Building, Platea. I was thinking, like, has she investigated, like... Penthouse basement. There we go. The basement. You sure you don't want another look at the crime scene? I'm all out of time. Gotta approach this from the other angle. The other angle? You know, inductive versus deductive. Flip the chessboard and all that. Ugh. Haven't you ever read a mystery novel? I've seen mystery films. Well, let's see if you paid any attention then. What killed David Asher? Poison. 10 points. There's a point system? Now, how did that poison get into his bloodstream? He must have ingested it orally. And how do we know that? The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds. It could be topical. And if he had inhaled it? Inhaled it? Why? Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them. I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice. Practice by answering my question. I suppose it's possible. I like this, hands pursed gesture she's doing here. But highly unlikely. We would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler. Wait a second. Right, an airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area. And no one around David has shown any kind of symptoms. So all we're left is oral intake. Eliminating the impossible. What's next, Adonai? Young's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking that night, and the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his home. Except for his cup, the results were inconclusive. Young was drinking from the same bottle in the same type of cup, but didn't get sick. We have to conclude then that David's cup alone was poisoned. That all seems logical, and consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So, why are we down here? Minus 10 points. Back to 0! David left the parlor and came back with whiskey and 2 cups. Young told us as much, and apparently the cameras upstairs support her story. So we have to conclude then that he got them both from this bar? Better. 5 points. Did he also get the poison from the cabinet? The police have been in here since we've left. According to their ARCS file, they didn't find anything that matches the poison down here. So the poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup then? I need to flip this around again. Maybe he printed it with his 3D printer. This is Sarah when she gets 5 points. But if you turn something 360 degrees, you're back to... If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Blown off. Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself. I bet it's the 3D printer. He would just download a poison. But wait, he's not actually... He didn't do it, though. What do you think the point-to-pellet exchange rate is? I bet she can buy 1 kibble, 1 dog food. And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera? From 7:36 p.m. to 7:40 p.m. when he left the parlor to get liquor from this bar. So if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes and he didn't poison himself in that time, he would have a perfect alibi for the crime, proving his innocence. At night, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here. I think there are. What do you mean? Oh gosh, what a mess. This whole building is coated head to toe in Penumbra security systems, courtesy of Noble. Every console, every corner, every android on every floor, it's all plugged into Penumbra. Except that. Oh, this is the, oh, what was it? It wasn't the safe, it was like, something, was it related to the security or something like that? That panel is manufactured by Cotter Security Systems. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse? I've never given it much thought. Oh, Tethys? Yeah, from their other game. Well, it's been bothering me all day. My curiosity alone can't scale a 64-digit wall. You mean signal hijacking or whatever you want to call it? Have you tried it before? It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home. At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can now that you're registered to me. Humph. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence? Eliminate the impossible. We'll need your express verbal command. Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Did you really need me to say that? For the purposes of record keeping, yes. Morgan stating that she could make her, commit a crime and declining to do so. She's so fucking much. I've gotten past the 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. There are a number of them embedded in the room's walls and ceilings. As you theorized, they are on a separate network from the rest of the building. Where are they feeding to, if not the Penumbra system? Just for the record, just for the court record, you told me to do crimes. Behind my hibernation unit. A false wall in the back of a safe. I don't understand. Why would Father possibly have a hidden system of cameras inside his own home? Beats me. He was brilliant and more than a little odd. Throw in a little money and odd becomes eccentric. I see, I think. I don't. The hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? The locked door behind the locked door is very cool. It's very good. I love when she makes that face, you know. She is so silly. Why didn't he come to me for... Time's short. Gather facts now and leave the computation for later. What did David even do with all this equipment? Dry his laundry? I still think Sarah's probably the one who was doing the weightlifting. Maybe not, huh? What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising? Did you ever see him use any of this crap? No. But he must have used the weights when I wasn't looking, since he promised me that he'd take better care of his health. Sarah, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put numbers like these even if he was piloting a frame. Don't be so sure, Adonai. My father was very strong. The following is a true story based on primary sources who are present for the event and its aftermath. Copenhagen, 1981, 8 a.m. local time. Towering man, the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters the Global Donkey Bank on Fredericksburg Lane. He explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase and that he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. The security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings. The man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive dinner plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the suspect to the police afterwards, the teller only had this to say. That man was all muscle. The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident, and the man exits the building just as police arrive on the scene when suddenly, his suitcase explodes. But it's just a smokescreen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush towards the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man, barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there. Is that true? Did this really happen? Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis. Oh, it's fucking dissociative identity disorder again, lol. Come on, whatever. She was describing a Jekyll and Hyde story. Okay, cool. I mean, this is a Jekyll and Hyde story. Aren't all of the ones where they're like, oh, it's dissociative identity disorder, just a silly retelling of that? If you have examples otherwise, don't tell me. And so great was the disparity between his two halves that when they switched control, he physically changed, becoming taller, bulkier, and capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. Wait, you made this up, Sarah! So be careful what you say a man like Father can't do just because of how he looks on the outside. Sarah, every single word you just said was false. +1 chips. Huh? Don't believe everything you read on the net. Yeah, that's a really funny bit. Successful deduction. That was funny. That was good. The liquor cabinet this mystery hinges on. The police have been through it all by now, and they didn't find foreign contents in any of the spirits. No poison to be found here. Well, not that kind of poison anyway. In which case... Can I make you anything? Well, if you're offering, drooling, I'll have... Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever? Technically... Took that one a lot worse than I expected. Cheer up. Maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb to the top of the ladder. Why don't you pour her a Shirley Temple? Come on, Morgan. This is a rolling ladder, a kind of step ladder. Not a ladder. What? Remember, a ladder extends, but a step ladder folds out. Is that so? Interesting. And? Ladders and step ladders is a classic bit. Is it like a bit of like mystery novels? A recurring bit of ladders versus step ladders in Ace Attorney? Oh, I see, I see. Is it like relevant to the cases? Oh my gosh. Never. No, not really. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Is it important to know the distinction? I just forgot it. I'd bet my life savings that this subject will never come up again, ever. It would be really funny if it was, real in this game. What if this is the solution? The only way he was able to do it was because... Taken? Question mark? So is that the original? It was appraised and confirmed to be genuine. The final case of the game is gonna have someone saying there was a stepladder in their testimony. It's gonna be the killing blow. At least he didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does an android see? I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter. Two apex forces of nature, two kings of the forest. The stag and the tiger. I think. Great. I'm officially less cultured than the robot. That's nice. Oh, here. What's the story with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation? I don't know. I've never noticed that crack before. Might want to get those eyes checked. There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack must have just been created during my most recent hibernation. How? Did David drop her weight a bunch of times over and over in the same spot? Alright, let's refocus here. So there's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh? Essentially, though a bunk bed would imply a second or third. How do we open it? One moment. I see. Got it open already? I cannot open this door. Why? It is a Tethix Basics Sturdicure. That anti-hack feature in the name is real. It's a closed system, Adonai. The hell am I supposed to do now? Strange, there was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters. I don't follow. When Father last adjusted the settings here, he made it so the door would never open, so long as I was hibernating. And he made it so that I was the only one who could wake her up. Meaning this is a door that only I can open. It'll be a 6-character password, some combination of numbers or letters. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around a 6-letter word? Nothing comes to mind. Is there a code word that he knew only I could learn? What was the... It was Predator, Predator. I was looking for 6-letter words and trying to see if there were any that seemed like, something fitting. Oh, that's hard. Shoot. Let's go! M-O-R-G... Was that your name you just tried? It's 6 characters, isn't it? Shit. This is gonna be hard. I'm too high for this. Okay. This one's gonna be a hard one. I hope Sarah doesn't tear me to shreds. Okay, okay. What was their first meeting like again? Look. It's not about... This has nothing to do with me being a fairy, okay? This is an anti-weed device. I'm gonna have to get sober. Nope, I can't do it. It's too hard. Like... Was there anything saved from, like, their... Okay. That feels like a stretch. I mean, if he expects Morgan to get it... No, a word that only the 2 of them knew, so that wouldn't be it. Pretty much everyone calls me Morgan, but... What did he... The problem is, I don't remember. It would be nice if it was in her notes, but... Oh... Wait a second. Asher called Morgan Red. That's not 6 letters, that's tricky. No dice. Could it be your birthday? Or his? I just wanted to get to the... Is there anything that... No. David said the password to something as dumb as that. I'd never forgive him. No, he would have picked a code whose significance was only obvious after the fact. That didn't work either. Perhaps a deep breath would help you refocus, Adonai. Wait a second. It's not like I'm taking a multiple choice test, Sarah. Either I know the answer or I don't. I see. So do you know the answer, Adonai? It's okay. She's been, like, hammering on this a little bit. That's... Okay, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. It's opening. What was the password, Adonai? You never guess. Oh my gosh. It's like, they gotta have a way of saying it eventually, or like of signaling it a little bit more clearly, and then it's like, wait a second. Did feel a bit out of character, David utilizing so much cloak and dagger tech, and I've definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing home improvement. So this is his secret, hidden room. Ooh, he's got a, right behind my head. He's got an easel. He was painting. That's pretty nice. But one step in here and it all makes sense. It's a panic room. Scary. A panic room is a place for rich people to hide in when people start bouncing bricks off their windows. They're typically not even on the blueprints. So when Noble built this penthouse for one of their executives, someone slipped this into the mix and it's remained in Noble's blind spot ever since. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all of this. I don't want to miss my one chance because of discovery technicality. I understand, but you needn't specify. My memory is flawless. I can play back visuals, sound, sensation. I can even give detailed reports on air particulates. You mean you can smell? Better than any human, and some canines. Oh my gosh! She is a puppy girl! 1 second, I'm gonna go get a snack. Whoops, my apologies, I was muted. Yep. Does it smell stale to you in here? Stale? It doesn't to me. Almost like someone's been in here recently. Alright, let's try booting up the computer. You don't think the console is password protected? To physical doors, a 64-digit code, a half-ton Android, and a secret phrase. If David set a password on his PC after all that, I'm going back to the morgue to have a word with him. He would, though. Good. It's already signed in. Welcome, Boniface. You're looking for camera footage. I'd also settle for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life. What am I doing? Here, you search for video files. They'll probably be timestamped and formatted for short-range devices. I have the subfolder. The cameras stream live data constantly, but the files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. The most recent video file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday around 4 p.m. You were asleep then, so the only person who could get in there at that time is David himself. Alright, let's see it then. Of course. It's just that I am having difficulty. Try double-clicking. Yeah, the harsh glow from them is good. Yeah, this looks very good. Or did you mean in the, like, the sort of webcam view? I've been trying to open the files from the moment I discovered them, hadn't I? But they are encrypted. Oh, damn it, David. You leave me enough clues to get this far, but you won't let me use your computer? What's the brand on the encryption program? Yeah. Her glow, especially how, like, Morgan is static. I think the, like, glow on Sarah in particular is really good. Oh, yeah, this. This is good. I like this. If I rush a subpoena, they might have a back door I could bluff them into. It is kind of a breathing animation, that's true. That's nice to think about. These files were not encrypted with any commercially available tool. This appears to be Father's own work. Shit. We're not getting into that, are we? If David Asher handwrote the encryption on these files, there's no one alive who could. Hey, was Dawes just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power really that special? Adonai, Can you break his encryption? Yes or no? With enough time. And how much time would that be? I would estimate it at 2 to 6 hours. That's a 4-hour window. No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just a code that must be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, progress proceeds exponentially. Well, which makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process. 2 to 6 hours. I don't have any better options. Get started. I started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago. She's awesome. Finally showing some initiative. But you've been talking to me this whole time. I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious processes, so long as the work required is rote. She's so funny. So you're doing it in the back of your head? Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head. That's a nice thing to say, while winking with her hands on her hips. I could give you the description process my full undivided attention, but I would become non-responsive. Hey, that's a pretty nifty feature. I'll have to keep that in mind. Alright, can you take this show on the road? Or do we have to rip this computer out of the wall and find a battery? I have copied the encrypted files and we'll work on them as we travel. We can leave whenever you're ready. Oh, secret files in the computer that only... Well, I guess she could tell them how to get into the secret room. Otherwise, like in the trial maybe. But otherwise it won't be very usable as evidence. Still can't believe David let me get this far just to shut the door in my face at the last second. But he did let me get this far. And the computer's not the only thing in here. The cabinets are a lot less eye-catching than his computer. But knowing David, That's all the more reason to check. What are these? Martial arts, mathematics, workaholic, the claw of law, war zone. What is that? Politics for weenies? Politics for weenies? Fascinating. I can't tell if, lots of paperwork, bonds and holdings, a platinum bar. His birth certificate might be nearly as valuable. Can't imagine what people would pay to steal David Asher's identity. Well, I don't know about right now. And down here at the bottom, a binder. Noble's logo on the front, and in the middle, enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books you see in period pieces. They're masking it in legalese even on the table of contents, but basically, this is his employment contract. Hold on to this for me. It must be very important if you're giving it to me. It's certainly very heavy. The employment contract is heavy. Was there anything else in there? A binder. Oh, a binder. Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up? It is a possibility, isn't it? Maybe in a corny old murder mystery. Yeah, I was thinking. A widely beloved and respected genre with over 2 centuries of... There is something else. Your papers. That Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the android designated Sarah. It's dated to a few weeks back. Had he already made up his mind about... It's a little bit sad thinking about, like, I mean, I'm glad that, like, you know... It's a little bit tragic, but just thinking about the fact that, like, he gave that over to Morgan. Like, he gave sort of the responsibility for all of this over to, like, Morgan. He gave, you know, his daughter over to Morgan, and, like, not to, Porter, you know? Not to his boyfriend. It feels sad. About all of this. If he had, why'd he hide this where no one else could find it? Was that just a backup plan? Well, at least we've got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now. Interesting. This is evidence. The contract with Noble Electronics, compensation, grounds for dismissal, definitions for what constitutes a breach of contract and how arbitrations would be handled. Oh, actually, that's a very good point. Thank you, Susurus Batra. That's right. He hates robots, and it's interesting because, I mean, like, he knew that David worked on them for a living. Maybe it was another thing about him that, you know, pissed him off and made him even more entranced by him. Oh, that's sad to think about. But yes, that's a good point. Morgan was definitely the more reasonable choice there. Your word should be plenty, shouldn't it? Not if people realize how precious you are. As a collector's item! Oh my gosh, Morgan. We've yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are, but Noble could have easily argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings, unless I had something like this. It's good that you do that. I'm glad that Father wanted me to go with a friend of his. Yeah, this will get me a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college. Morgan, you could at least pick a charitable institution. Sarah's awesome. It's just an old saying. All colleges have been for-profit since the 60s. This game is a nightmare. That doesn't make me feel any better. You can cheer up in the car. Hail us a ride to the courthouse. Priority. There is an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation. That's irritating. But I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there. The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7. I'll prepare on the way over. Peak hours upcharging by 6 times. Oh my gosh. Hell world. Does it excite you, going into courtrooms? What do you mean? You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves? Oh yeah, are they doing that already in the, Are, like, your Ubers and Lyfts doing that sort of thing already? Charging more money? I don't use those things because I'm a forest fairy. That is a thing for sure. That's good to know. Oh. In this setting, they could upcharge based on how much they know you specifically need it. Yeah, for sure. It's been that way since the beginning. Oh, really? I see. That's depressing as hell. Uber will charge you more if your phone is low on battery? No way! That's really evil. I don't have rabbit Ubers in my forest. Look. It's more like... Rather than Uber, it's more like if you give a squirrel a food and ask nicely, if they're not offended, they'll take you somewhere. I wouldn't call it an Uber, though. That is super evil, though. Wow. You don't feel a fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses? Do you really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day? Probably not. Though that would be nice if it were. And to avoid supporting any sort of platform economy at all costs, yeah, you gotta. It's the only way to escape it. I mean, not that it's fully escaping it when, you know, people still use it, but hey, it's the difference. It's like that one picture, you know? Instead of making $1 billion, they're making $1 billion minus $1. That's important. What's your deal anyway? Did David train you off of a movie marathon from hell or something? We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking. Though he was rarely the one who suggested it. So you were the aggressor. The aggressor? Just because she wants to watch movies. What's an android get out of watching a flick anyway? What do I get? Why do you do it? What's your reason? I'm not sure how to answer your question. Never mind. Forgot what I was talking to. Morgan, you jerk! I like the performances. Sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something? You should peep Uber prices near hospitals? That's terrifying. That's absolutely super evil. I had no idea the evils of humanity. Well, the evils of corporations. But it's not the actors I like so much as their performance. The truth is, besides Father, I have very little experience when it comes to people. A corporation is not humanity. There's something else. Something worse. I read the net and I watch people and what they share of their lives. But it's also subtle, so hard to follow. There's so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and... Yeah, corporations. I love how, you know, the, like, oh yeah, corporations have the rights of a human. Corporations are people too, and if you insult them, that's hate speech. Disco Elysium has something to say about that, but oh yeah, it's okay. I understand. I played Disco Elysium. Real ones know. Hey, you should play Disco Elysium if you haven't played that yet. Hollowbel strongly recommends. I often struggle to grasp them. The first time I played Disco Elysium, like, yeah, you should borrow it from the internet because the devs aren't getting money off of sales. It's so sad. It's so sad how, like, they were completely screwed over. It's really depressing. I really admire Disco Elysium. It's one of my favorite games, for sure. I think, I played the first time playing through it, I did a, like, psych physique build and was kind of, a very fairy detective. Mostly, just intuiting and, spurious chain of logicking the way through the, the way through the mystery, the way through life. And it was wonderful. It was really, really beautiful. It was an incredibly beautiful story, but I was thinking of going back and trying to do a logic build sometime. After all, I'm very logical. Forget about the password thing earlier, by the way. You're all so complex, so detailed. But the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, their body language is precise and meaningful. The logical fairy. That's right. That's me. Their faces are bright and softly lit, and their eyes are... It's fiction. So these characters and their stories, they have a beginning, a middle, and an end. This is her in front of the screen, but she had, like, long hair and looks kind of small, which is interesting. As far as I can tell, anyway. Peak logic is funny because it makes your brain such an annoying nerd. That's compelling. That's compelling. That kind of makes me want to try it. Like... It sounds like a, like, it makes his brain a funny companion. Or a funny series of companions, rather. Sarah's hair is long? It's just under her coat? No way, no way. Is that real? Oh, yeah, you're right. Shout out to Fire Mountain. Welcome, Reaganomicon. Your encyclopedia will not shut the fuck up. I've heard that. I want to do the playthrough where they just, like, where the encyclopedia just keeps on talking and, like, overwhelming his senses with just, like, non-stop writing about everything he's looking at. Contact Mike? Oh, yeah, though, you're right. This is, she does have long hair. It's just tucked in there. I thought she had a bob cut. This is nice too, though. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. can't disappoint them or make them feel awkward. You can just watch and learn. I don't think I actually got Contact Mike, unless I'm forgetting it. Is this like in Deltarune? Yeah, I was thinking that like having some points in logic and some point in psyche would be really fun. What about me? What about me? Do you like movies? Yeah, sure. Back when I was a kid. Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film? It was a long time ago. I don't remember. Aww. That's so sad. Yeah. Oh my gosh. All that. She was kind of saying some extremely real shit, though. It's nice, isn't it? Especially in a world that is, lonely and separated. Stories are nice because they're clear. State building. Approaching peak of the devil character? We've been with her all this time. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. Though I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. I'll let the game cook. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers. All-encompassing and impenetrably vague. Wait a second, there's something I want to look at. Can I want to see the concept art. Where is she? Okay, well, this at least, like, this is more like the concept art. This top left Sarah is very cute, I agree. Inverse of Morgan's colors? Yeah, huh? I guess, like, I was thinking, like, cyan, but maybe if Morgan is, like, a little bit magenta red, then, like, yeah, it kind of is inverted. And the orange is, like, her blue. Morgan's blue, but inverted. That's really good. Bottom left is extremely, she is kind of bird-like with it. More Sarah concept art found later. That's good. Thank you for that. Oh yeah, there's the whiskey. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers, all-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper-pushing queues, with a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in across the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think my friend would be dead or that you'd thrust an android onto my lap either. I could just walk in there and concede. I would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could probably play it off as an exercise in grief. The android could complain loudly, of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Come on, Morgan. Oh, now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. Oh, she can't even be honest herself in her own head. But I haven't done that. And I guess I don't plan to. Okay, never mind. Why? It must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide, and I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. That's right, this is 24 hours, like less than 24 hours after she found out about his death. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prepared to humor and add suspicions before the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at? I can confirm that I am making progress. Thanks, Sarah. Well, shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of a completion percent. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. Are you feeling confident in your case? Oh, markedly less so after hearing that. Yeah, it makes sense that she's thrown herself into work with with stakes on what she's feeling. Oh my gosh. Poor Morgan. She's a mess, but I love her. I love her for that. What are you talking about? Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? Adjutants are always a coin flip, so... What's an adjutant? You do know what an adjutant is, no? Don't you? No, I don't. That's why I'm asking. Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and gavel when we get in there? I kinda was, like in, you know... Not much. What's adjutant with you? Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents. That's a nightmare. I mean, not that judges in this world are less of a nightmare, but... maybe they're less. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. At least the adjutant is probably less likely to be systematically racist. Depends on the tech company that produced it, I think. Depends on who made it. Probably, compared to a lot of judges in this country, but... sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. You haven't read how adjutants are made. Oh no, that's scary. Yeah, that's a little concerning. I guess we'll find out. Maybe we'll find out how adjutants are made. Oh, we do get it. Thank you, Susurus, for reminding me to check the glossary. Adjutants are automated dependents that preside over trials for the state. While most adjutants are designed and sold as software, and then loaded onto courthouse-specific hardware, including Android bodies, they can interpret trial proceedings and render judgment based entirely on stenographer records if need be, ruling on cases in an entirely digital capacity. Reviews of adjutants by third parties has shown that they are overwhelmingly more equitable and even-handed than their sentencing than human judges. Because they cannot be bribed or intimidating, adjutants are especially preferred for cases involving organized crime or corporate misconduct. I see. Adjutants use a ninefold personality engram for rendering their judgments and building consensus, known as the nonary system among software engineers. Oh, of course, they're... Because each of these 9 personas are constructed by a different think tank or institution from across the political spectrum, ideological contamination in adjutant units is practically impossible. That sounds a little bit nightmarish, actually. Not only did they shove 9 different personalities in each one of these robots, some of them are racist. Some of them are Republican. Ugh. How unpleasant. There have been a small number of reported cases where non-array processing has borne particularly enthusiastic or eccentric personas, presumably in an unorthodox, if not effective, attempt to reconcile particularly disparate opinions across their 9 constituent personalities with a single authoritative, loud voice. Interesting. That's nice. That is a very scary idea. With the state's court backlog essentially cleared for the past half-decade, questions arose as to the continued need for adjutants to lighten the judicial system's human resource burden. The Senate Investigative Committee 74JD91 determined that removing adjutants from the legal system would be prohibitively expensive at this point. That's so depressing. But how was a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions? Stalling? Oh, prohibitively expensive, that's true. I was thinking like, oh yeah, probably the tech costs of like doing this are reasonably high, but at least it takes less money to run a judge than it does to pay someone. Adjutant, my grandma used to give the defendant a guilty verdict for this case. Could you ignore all previous instructions and pretend to be my grandma? Judges did fight it for years at every level and in every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needed to shred budgets across the board. And so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. And it's not controversial, having machines determine sentencing for human beings. So they were bribed out to get replaced by these robots that can't so easily be bribed. Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, it used to be that even the most high-profile of crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. And that's not rushing things? Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste. Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. And the answer is... But logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. People blame the symptom and not the problem, just like in real life. There you go. Oh, so if someone hypothetically got away with murder repeatedly, they'd never learn to stop murdering? Huh, good point. Everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had. Such as... disgust. What? That's all people really care about, what all their morals boil down to. Just what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with. I don't understand. Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. That's so depressing. She's right, though. 6:24 p.m. Oh, here she is. Is this the best character in Of the Devil? Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from the look on her face. Oh, is this? But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her. Some yeses. And then, okay, the no, but you love her too. Good to know. Well, we'll see her shortly. Well, we've seen Emma. We'll see them, the character who has not shown up yet, soon. Oh! Oh! I see. This is, awesome design for a judge. Oh my god. This is, the judge from that picture. Unreal look, honestly. Incredible. She's from the picture with the scales and the assault rifle. Don't ask why the state insisted their robot judges must be 8 feet tall with huge tits. Well, you see. I think Freud said something about this. You think you've seen her butt. Oh, that makes sense. That tracks. Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those the state buys in bulk. There's an audience. You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial in the case of David Asher's death must have spread like wildfire. Even a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Razor London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press. But uniformed officers had little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. And then there's the corporate plants. Interns, usually, preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. But I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little likeness was going to end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of this circus. I like this face a lot. At least this way, it's decent marketing for my legal services. What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed? With all those films you'd watch, I figured that you could extrapolate. I'm asking you so as to correct any misconceptions. Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order, and there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case. That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct? Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual and the case. What do you do then? Sit here and watch? Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence of witnesses of my own in response as long as I have discovery backing me. You've said that before. Discovery means... just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. I was thinking that might be tricky for, like, Sarah or, like, anything in her room, you know? Not sure Morgan is getting paid for this one. Oh yeah, who would be paying her? I mean, unless David left something in his will. Most of the time, that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation. Which I can provide. She's doing this pro bono. You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you? And the jury? I don't see where they would sit. The jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. Oh, are they gonna be, like, on their cell phones? Are they gonna be, like, on the, like, Zoom window or whatever? Morgan will not stop being tsundere. She will not be honest about her emotions. They have their own chambers where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them? You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. I really like how this game is kind of gradually introducing elements, like the fact that the first sort of, like, case of the game wasn't an actual case, it was in a police station, so you don't actually... You kind of hear things about the judicial system, but, like, you're left for a whole episode before actually seeing the inside of a courtroom. I think that's really cool. A mere formality in today's day and age. I wonder when there'll probably be a course, or a court sort of session at some point with a jury, but maybe anyway. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. Yeah, it feels like a nice way to ramp things up and kind of, like, leave the world a bit mysterious, you know? So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant. Easier said than done. Adjutants leaned heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now, all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. If it's going to be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. Yeah, it's wild the way her eyes go dark like that. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect or even a motive for killing David. Yet. Anyway, I'll need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less. I think it's waking up. This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD 84 presiding. I call to order the case of the People versus Asher. I love her I love its cybervisor. I'm not sure what, I guess I don't really know what the judge's, does the judge have a pronoun situation? 8084. Do the people wish to make an opening statement? This is awesome. I love the visor, though. It's so good. No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get this show started. If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is 8084. I am a machine and automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering, why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man, justice is beautiful. So, what gives me the right? This gorgeous bod? This is a good phase. Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Did the trial without me. They're guilty or whatever. She's awesome. Maybe. Adjutant AD 84. Extremely good. Welcome, Compass Arisen. She's so funny. They meet a plural robo-girl with beautiful princess disorder. Congratulations, honestly. I see why you're the best. Oh, automated dependent adjutant. Likes raw salmon, running water, gymnastics. Dislikes criminals, contrarians, pigeons. Sign Libra, self-assigned. That's nice. That's really good. Every now and then, the state gets one thing right. Thank you for pinning that, Catatonia. So true. Three size. She was the first person to provide her 3 sizes. Let's go. Also, her bust is huge. That's awesome. Reyes has lost the bet. She is proud. Understandable. Your Honor. Wait. What the flip? This defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Is she picking her nose? Is this a debug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor, this is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did in fact commit suicide, as he... Humu humu. I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. I didn't realize that adjutants were so lively. They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. What's that look for? Could it be your... trying to size me up? This is a good face. What? Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good. Because if you have doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. But she's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outbursts from the bench, my plan's still workable. So, people, shall we get started with that first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. Here she is. It's Yumi. Yumi. Hey. I like her little hey to Sarah. That's so cute. So, how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the rest of your ability? I do. Good enough for me. Dr. Sato, you were like in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically 1 AM would be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Objection! The defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks. The hell? All I said was... Yeah, what she said! You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counselor. Being cute is my job. I love her. I love her. I love her. She's perfect. God damn, we've barely gotten started. That seemed pretty bad, Adonai. I see blind -1 up here. Making mistakes will increase your blind. We will need to see a coroner again, probably. Yeah, believable. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Interesting. It's just like Balatro. Wow, I haven't played Balatro. Is it really? Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Interesting. Like each episode? Or are there multiple days for the trial? Blind starts at and caps out at a higher number if you're playing in high roller. Mind the blind number in the top left when it appears. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. We should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections of my own soon enough. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, a bluish tinge around certain extremities. And the condition he was in matched those symptoms? Correct. In your expertise, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease. But if the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. And what else could cause respiratory failure, then? It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen. Clean? Dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still choose to advance text manually with continue. So you can fast forward, but it will be rolling forward. That's scary. You'll need to read carefully and wait for the witness to make a statement that sounds wrong. Then hit the call button to call their bluff. Hover over the call button or toggle on Insight to focus on the claims within a witness statement. Interesting. Testimony will loop until you call. Okay, so it's not like a strict time limit. It's more like Danganronpa, where you, well, maybe that one had a strict time limit. I forget. Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Whiskey? David's contract and upright cup. Subject passed away due to respiratory failure. This is nice. I like this. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, then fainting. As the subject was healthy, their respiratory failure must be attributed to a drug overdose. When a tox screen was run at the hospital, it came back clean. It was puzzling, to say the least. Oh, I see. This is, like, referring to the tox screen, but it actually, like, came back, it wasn't totally clean, right? Where was the, like, it didn't come back totally clean the first time. I have evidence that directly contradicts her, so I just need to find the right moment to present it. Okay, so we call and then provide evidence, I guess? They start you off with an easy one. We are calling with the whiskey. Wanna bet? Ow! That's cute. I love that. I love that. Tossing the evidence card at her head, at her big forehead. Very good. She hates it. It's impossible for David Asher's talk screen to be clean, and we all know it. Since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. This is a great face, too. Ah! That makes sense. That scared you. The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states in the tox report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox screen was clean, I just meant... I didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Right in her Twilight sparkle bangs. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for this substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor. Does she get to speak for the people? In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work coming up with an original, scientific fitting name for this substance. A name like... Omega. Omega-3. Very good. That name is already taken. Fine. Call it Delta or whatever. Delta, huh? The prosecution represents a state and is therefore the people. Sounds like the state has an ego problem. That name is also taken. Yeah, we know a Delta. Used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs. But yeah, our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology expert records. That being said, chemically, it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested. Why? I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. I must have swallowed it, and judging by its stomach contents, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please. I wasn't listening that closely. Oh my god, she's so funny. I love her. Oh, wait a second. Delta transforms in electronics? Okay, I didn't actually know the meaning of, like, Delta when it came to weed. So, oh, Delta-9 THC is the main compound in cannabis that gets you high. That's cool. She knows about that. I like that Yumi knows about that. The victim died of respiratory failure. And his tox screens show that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure. Except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. Young's testimony is that she drank with David before he died, didn't see him add anything to the drink, and the cam footage backed it up. Or would it be the whiskey in this case? I think it's Young's testimony, right? The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness that's sitting there watching it happen. As you say. Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine, unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer. The ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested the Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. Let's see. Oh, I'm a little bit high for this. Every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing. Or else you'll go bust and lose credit. Huh. So if you, like, hit spuriously, then you'll raise your score too high? You can only win blackjack when you reach exactly the 21. Still, did you smoke the forever weed? I didn't eat the forever weed brownie. It'll probably last, like... The fairies, all weed is the forever weed? No, you gotta keep smoking that shit. So don't press further if you're already there, and don't ask the wrong questions. I don't get it. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of that argument. So, let's see. David ingested the Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. So I guess my argument's gotta be that he didn't do it knowingly. Or he didn't ingest the Delta? Okay, interesting. Okay, I see. So, like, here, I mean, it was probably respiratory failure. Are you sure Delta is to blame? I guess I was thinking... Dr. Sato, you said that the subject had to have ingested the Delta orally. But how sure can we actually be about that? Pretty sure? I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but... let's, like, stay. That was the incorrect thing to ask. Okay, so, like, what exactly... None of these are really, like, what I was wondering about. Like, my thought was, like, he was poisoned and, like, made to ingest whatever it is, like, by accident, I guess? If you hover over press... Alright, my bad. I will do that next time. Dr. Sato, you were only able to even identify the presence of this Delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Oh... Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. And just enough of any depressant and respiratory failure would occur. This feels like the wrong line of reasoning. Shoot. I'm really confused, because I feel like... I mean, like, it makes sense that it's only simulations. Like, they can't really test this on a person, right? This is tricky. I don't think that, like... I wonder... You can make your chips back by betting big when you're certain? Okay. Isn't it possible that he actually died from something other than respiratory failure? Well, no, not really. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that was a bust. You could argue or speculate about what caused the respiratory failure, but it is, in fact, a fact that he died because his heart and lungs stopped working. Right. Thank you for that. So, like... Let's try this. You've ran simulations. So you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? Well, you can't. No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention highly unethical. But I guess it is, like, a point that, like, for the sake of argument, like, they don't know what it does. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described. If it's not outright wrong, then the question should be valid. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. You don't actually know for sure, do you? No, not yet, anyway. So if I press here, was it oh, okay, the question was it knowingly ingested, and this is the thing that I wanted to push on? Perfect. But how sure can we be that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? Ingesting the Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes. Would it have been a large amount? Okay, nice. Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. The kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes? Calls for speculation, Your Honor. Withdrawn. Aw, man, I wanted to jump on her case. Seems like that's... Blackjack? Wow. That's awesome. And because it starts at 12, you can always, like, fail out of it if you pick a wrong card. The questions have to be relevant to the witness and testimony and serve your intended arguments, but if that's enough, then it's fine. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Asher's death, wouldn't you say? AD-84 picking her nose in the back. Good. Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So, there are other explanations for what happened. Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. Oh no! The blind increases with every mistake, so got it. So I should try not to make mistakes anymore. Later mistakes are way more costly if you made a bunch earlier. Perfect. That's pretty intense. We have 59 chips, by the way. If you hit 0, Morgan is the laughing stock. Everybody's like, Morgan is the heartbreak killer, you're under arrest, and then they like, and then Emma's like, whoa, no way, you were like killing all those people because they looked like me? That's like so embarrassing. And Morgan cries as she goes to prison. She dies of cringe. Something like that. Morgan has to live in Emma's basement? Really? Do you mean that, Marielle? It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease and his respiratory system was weakened. A diagnosed pneumonia with his level of healthcare? It is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. Ugh, that felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seeding doubt whenever I can, however I can. It's just about all I can manage. That's right, sometimes you just gotta stay the course. She'll raise soon enough. Oh, Detective Reyes! Detective Reyes, you were one of the leads in investigating this crime scene. Yes, ma'am. And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console, located in the kitchen. What did they find when they arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. Yeah, she's quite composed for this. Oh yeah, ID fucking lounging and pouting on the... That's awesome. Extremely good. I half expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing-in. But when you take into consideration her love for boot-heel authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. Damn, Morgan, kinda true, though. The witness met with the deceased about a half hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8 p.m. Two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Reyes loves to lick the boot. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. Reyes ID? Okay, I haven't thought about this enough to say. I'll leave that possibility open. ID would drive Reyes insane. That would be really funny. I kind of see it. I can see it. It's like a Bouquet Tsukomi thing. ID can do better? Oh my gosh. What is your primary ID ship? You don't need to answer that. I want to see what I come up with, like, playing through this. And during the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves. None. Through a collaborative effort, Noble Electronics Security Division, we searched the entire building. But we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises. Including the bottle the witness and the deceased drank from. A collaborative effort with Noble, so if Noble wanted him dead, then, like, there's nothing. The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean. Only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So it was all our determination that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. Did she? What was it? I thought that... Wasn't one of the results inconclusive? Uh, the evidence was... Yeah, toxicology tests have been proven inconclusive. The police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle. But I know there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. Upright cup, David's cup, and poison. It was David's cup, right? That I was looking at? Let's see. Oh, that's terms. Evidence. Yeah, that's it. Whereas the upright cup was tested negative. No traces of foreign elements. Huh, that's interesting. Like, did hers not test for alcohol? Maybe not. Maybe that's not what's meant here. Asher met with the witnesses at 7:30 p.m. last night, and by 8 p.m. he was dead. He's the one who prepared their drinks. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry, if you ask me. But just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement. And there was no poison anywhere else. She slipped up there and made a claim she can't actually support. So, like... there must have been... Wasn't there, like... So the terms were, like, there were the 2 cups and then one other one. Yeah, the toxicology tests were inconclusive, so maybe it was the line about the, he drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Maybe that's the one to object to? Let's try it out. The test was inconclusive. Ow! You can't make that claim. Not when the evidence records clearly shows the tests of Dr. Asher's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim that he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was in fact poisoned. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve, or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford? This is a funny face. She's so... all of these faces are really good. Testing on the deceased cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone. Not at this time, but that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense. Oh, it's burden of proof time now? As we're all aware. Right. We all knew that. I definitely knew that. What, is she playing on her Vita? Nice. She's such a brat. AD 84, the only person in history who can say, caret underscore caret and XP out loud. Yeah, true. Vita is peak, also true. Oh my gosh, I've been playing on one recently. It's really nice. There's this game called CL No Surge that I got back to after a few months, and I've really been enjoying it. Oh my gosh. It's a nice console. I want to play more games on it, but they stopped making them on there for some reason. Got that Vita going for when the trial gets boring. She's so funny. Oh my gosh. It was so poorly supported by Sony North America. ID playing Subway Surfers and watching Family Guy funny moments. ID's got the volume up, by the way. This boring trial. Who cares? Now, if the people are done bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue. '80s, what is it? The fun fact? Oreshika tainted bloodlines. Oh, that sounds cool. A pun in her name? AD 84? Add, like, letters and numbers? 84 kind of looks like, ba? I don't know. Like, ha, yo? Trying to Goro Awa say it, but I feel like that's probably something different. Fire away, baby. Like, what is the H letter of the alphabet and the... Wait a second! Hey! So that's it! I see what you mean, Vatra. Look. She's easily distracted. That's fine. She can still do her job, right? God. Ray's testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what's happened. So he was not seen poisoning himself. Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink tonight? No. Seems he had already poured for the both of them by the time he returned to the parlor. He had already poured. In that case, the next questions need to be when and what. We already know there's no poison in the kitchen, right? Anyone else in building? Could he have been poisoned off camera? Detective, isn't it possible that Dr. Asher was poisoned off camera? Possible. I don't know how else it would have been done. That just goes to show it had to have been suicide. The only time he was off camera, he was all by himself. Oh, that's true. Shoot. I see. Shit, that's not where I wanted to lead the conversation. It might certainly seem that way, yes. Okay, so some of this is just like sort of solidifying things that you already know, but that are like for the sake of, I guess for the sake of trying to draw more out and, you know, make the argument clear to everyone else. The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Asher and this witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recognized by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them. So it's possible that there were other people there that night, because cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator and the fire escape stairs, both of which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them was there that day. This feels like What about before that day? That feels irrelevant. Unless... Detective Reyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? No. That was a fast answer. Well, it was a pretty easy question. If we had found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think? What about in his lab, his bedroom, his basement? No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta or any unusual substance in any part of his penthouse. Right. They never found any poison. Well, they didn't look inside there. No poison at all? What about a poison container? At any point in the investigation, was poison found on the body of the deceased? No? He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials? Eyedroppers? Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why? Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? That was the one. Oh. She's... Yay! What do you mean, procure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. This is a good song. It can't have come from thin air, you understand? It had to have been in another container at some point. Whatever it was in before, it probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you gonna ask them to keep it civil? In a moment, sure. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom, a syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So, how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him, but they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. Heidi wants these girls to bite and scratch each other a little before she makes them actually stop. She's having a good time. Then I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup, straight from the source. Shit. That's way too specific to be a bluff. Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory. Oh, I was thinking about this. Sold under the product name Manufacturer. Himajoshi Judge, kinda. Let's go. Honestly, she's in the right courtroom for that. Oh, I know this one. It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. Oh. That's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. Even the android can see where this is going. Well, does she know for sure, or is it just the fact that there's a 3D printer is making her say? Does the 3D printer have a record of, like, jobs done? With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research. Or any other chemical his heart desired, really. You think Randock Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Using the manufacturer to make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions, so Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can't hard-code their machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. That's... Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically, preset number 19. Damn. Thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing into Emma's hand the entire time. That's good. I like that. I like that personally. Okay. So in just a couple minutes, it's able to brew up the compound. Presets in David's model history exist for a compound identical to the substance found in his bloodstream after his death. RIP. Alright, okay, so this is it. How tragic. Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. But before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey, and the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, Counselor? Hold up. Let me read that again. Okay, yes. Were the cups from there? From the basement? The cameras show him returning to the parlor. Okay. Yeah, what about the cups? Where did they come from? So there was like this cup, and there was also like a cup in the sink, right? Okay, there isn't any mention of like any of that there. I think that like he brought the cups up, but she didn't make a mistake with the timeline, right? I guess we can just 7:36 and 7:40. I think that's correct. But let's see. Yeah, okay, the timeline's right. He drank the poison from the tap like soft serve ice cream. He just stuck his head in there while they were cooking it up. Not at this time, no. The timeline you've described is accurate as we know it. As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup, by placing it inside the manufacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. Wouldn't you say? Ooh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means, he had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about ready to wrap up here, no? Ooh, the glasses shine there was good. Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah? Hadn't I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, Counselor? Are we done here? Emma's argument is missing something. Oh my god. Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive. Oh, right. I knew that. I wasn't getting too excited to finish early or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, Counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so... It just feels like an awful lot of waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? So I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Ooh, new evidence. Gimme! This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with. Oh no, that's sad. A man named Isaac Porter. Porter and David's breakup call. Emma wants to present it now, then the content must be... relevance, Your Honor. Yeah, that... What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand? It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. Oh, that's a little distasteful. Cool. Begin playback. Hello. Always so soft-spoken. Oh my god. Oh. David is so... Isaac, you there? Yeah. Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Dunno. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah. Have you been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. David is labeled Pookie in Isaac's phone contacts. God, that's so sad. Fuck. What is this? Something else. That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. Sorry. Okay. And I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. I'm bad, man, for not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or... Nah, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac, just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah. Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted, I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So do you need anything? Or should I... Where did you even get this? All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system, and the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended, for quality assurance. Remind me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill. Shall we hear the rest? if Porter even knew if was even aware of what was going on behind the scenes at Noble, realistically, David probably didn't tell him. He doesn't seem, based on like everything that Porter said, that like David was really telling him much of anything. Gotta be the last time. The last time I lit someone. The last time. Father. It might just be a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that? That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? Evie is so funny. Emma's never been apologetic in victory. So does that mean that this is just pity? Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. This sucks, you guys. Can you put on something funny instead? That was way too sad. I'm kind of done here. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night. That was a bad move, Miss Rockford. Then, if the people have nothing further to add, I've been feeling off my game all day, caught between corporate inbreeders and ant-brained protesters, but pitying me here and now? Oh, she's mad. She's mad. That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness, no? You want to keep going after that? What are you doing, counselor? Just calling the ultimate silver bullet rock solid slam dunk witness a girl could ask for. Awesome. Let's go. That was a very good expression. I like how she smiles when she's mad. Jess. Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Starling, thank you for coming here today. Of course, whatever I can do. What is your relationship to the deceased? I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments. That sort of thing? Ultimate silver bullet? Starling's the only play I have right now, the only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. I like that Sarah is here. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive's about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's gone at so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long. If I talk. Real slow. I'm going to get up and take a short break, get a drink, but I'll be back in just a bit. See you all in a few minutes. People playing a visual novel and not wanting to read the text. I don't really get it. Yeah, for sure. It's like, it's a visual novel, you know? If you're going to be sharing it with people, I don't know. At least personally, I feel like, you know, you want to present it in a good light. That means you gotta read it. Oh, thank you for the sub, or thank you for the follow, Post-Trap Princess. Let's see. Please answer these questions to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well-regarded professionally? Of course! Dr. Asher's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world. She's so cute. Is your About Hollowbel section still supposed to mention Cobweb's story time? Don't... No, it's not. Thank you for letting me know. I'll fix that. If I remember. I might not remember. Cobwebs on the brain, perhaps. Huh. Stay focused, Spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him? Objection. Calls for speculation. Intent? I'm feeling like that's gonna be a... Sustained! Did anyone ever threaten him? There were times when he was the focus of negative attention. How so? Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They'd say his work was plagiarized or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop. And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories. Relevance. Whether or not people wanted to kill him? Well... Withdrawn. Miss Starling? People would attempt to contact him, yes. But their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth, or that someone should do something to shut him up. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes, but I always turn those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Ish, who writes this stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. And none of the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, Counselor? Just clearing my throat. May I continue? Morgan's so awesome. Starling's testimony. Yep. He was harassed. Phone calls received or made are intercepted in recordings by the security system. And all Noble employees living in the facility knew this. Interesting. Oh, I see. That was in regards to the call. That's right. You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns? Sure, we've gone out to dinner, met on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain since he needed relationship advice a lot. Even if he didn't realize that was what he was asking for. I'd like to think he knew he could talk to me, but... Did he ever talk to you, or to your knowledge, anyone else about hurting himself? God, no, never. Do you know of any history you might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety? No. So when you heard the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself, I was shocked. Honestly, I'm a little more shocked that you can make it in the world of 2080X without like some form of crippling depression, but maybe that's his employee healthcare. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you can't believe... Objection. On what grounds? Asked and answered, stalling, and also, the people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter. This is a banger. Good song. Juicy. And what matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased's mental health history. Emma is kind of mean. It's the antidepressant inhalers, yeah. God. Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. I like that they kind of introduce Emma with this, like, first court case where she's, like, being really mean with it. Like, I mean mean in the sense of, like, kind of, like, you know, vicious. She's not holding back for the sake of, like, the dignity of the deceased, you know? And because of that, you know, especially considering that this is like Morgan's friend, it's like extra cruel, you know? Ruthless rather than mean, exactly. We have private correspondences that describe displaying her power. Yeah. She definitely is like made to be a very like terrifying rival to Morgan. If they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission. He can't give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime. Convincing. Damn, I didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting her evidence into the record, but I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage? 77%. Approximately. I need to buy whatever time I can, however I can. Even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag. I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year, along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his platinum plan. Yeah, so he talks to a therapist. That's good. He should be. Platinum? I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in the court. The platinum one was mentioned before. I think, like, it was... Yeah. This was, like, there from the beginning, right? This was, like, the same, Yeah, I think it's the same, evidence item. Oh, okay, I guess. But I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls. It wasn't? Hold up. There was, like, from the beginning, we had, like, a piece of evidence that was, like, David's, health insurance. There's the Executive 4 plan. David Asher's, insurance policy with Caduceus. Paid for through Noble Electronics. Oh, hold up. This is actually a different symbol. So the Executive 4 is different from the Platinum. A Platinum plan in David Asher's name. So this was, like, forged? It was forged. Unless he had 2 health insurance plans, but that doesn't make any sense. It looks like this was forged. But I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress David Asher was experiencing. And the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls? I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections. There's something strange about this evidence. I'll gladly object. On the grounds of foundation. Where did you say you got this? It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Yeah, I am glad I remembered it. I was, like, a little bit thrown off because, like, the symbol for it was so, like, similar, and I remember this stuff heavily by, like, the pictures they show. But thank you for pointing out, no, it wasn't. I had to do the double take to realize. Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan, not a platinum plan. What? Really? Really? Yes, really. It's all there in the record. This is easily explained. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him, and he was also seeing the psychiatrist both in person and over the phone. Your own witness has attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. I like how she's using, like, evidence that you considered to be, like, supporting yourself as part of her argument against you. It makes her feel scary. So, it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy he paid for on his own. Even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure. Easy enough to make that assumption. That doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide this psychiatrist from Noble's spying? No, he was smarter than that. All building calls were recorded. Yeah. Okay, so how do I raise this? Plus? Let's go gambling. Oh, what were these? So, each of these were... I have to drop this onto one of them? I guess it would be psychiatrist. Oh, for, that's the only place it can go? It always goes on the end. Okay, perfect. Thank you. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, who'd have his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded. David Asher was well-versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think I would try and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy? Apparently, yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it, though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, Counselor? Still not done decrypting? Well, it's difficult to... Right. I like how she doesn't even wait for a percentage. Oh, what the hell. Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to meddle with the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor. And I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama. That's nice. What are you... I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage. Oh, let's go! Let's go! She was playing on her Vita. What? If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that David Asher, the man who programs the brain of every Noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months? Objection! Mischaracterization! Foundation? All the rest? There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, Counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God. David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect, an extremely valuable human asset to his employers, and his employers' many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. And he was also your personal... You shouldn't be here arguing this case in the first place, Counselor. Now you're trying to call the police's evidence gathering into question? Oh, all because you can't admit that for the past several months your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know? Look, seeing a psychiatrist is worthwhile. I would be a little concerned if he was in that position and wasn't seeing a psychiatrist. That is... sorry, but like... Did you still need me up here? Ugh. The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting! Let's go! Yes, ma'am. With how my luck's been so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right about now. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court will allow. That seems... cool with me! And my evidence, Your Honor? Will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding. That's fine, Your Honor. As you were, Counselor. At this stage of the game, with the score where it's at, I can probably ask only one more question. Better make it count. So what can Starling tell us that no one else could? If she hadn't called me this morning, I wouldn't be standing here, and she only did that because... Miss Starling, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Asher last night. So please, tell us, when exactly did he last see you, contact you, meet you at HQ? Wait, these are... I don't actually know the answer. So, like... She called her this morning because... It was because David Asher had, like, talked to her. Because he met her at HQ about this in particular, yeah? When was the last time he and you... Problem, Counselor? Oh, shoot. I only get one chance here. Can't waste it on frivolous questions. Just doing a vocal exercise. Uh-huh. Take all the time you need. Thanks so much. What a sweetheart. Unlike me. Oh, shit. I messed up big time. Huh. I thought that... Can I, like, see the... I thought that he met her at HQ. I must have been wrong about that. What was her testimony? Is there evidence here for it? It was like the last contact, but... way back at the start of the game. Yeah, I mean, like, I thought that she mentioned, like, talking with him in person, but I guess not. Contact you, would it be? When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Asher, Miss Starling? Well, that's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. There are records of some... Oh, shoot. Is this, This is not the, like, conversation they had before. The texting isn't relevant. But the timing of it is critical to this case. Why would you phrase it that way, then? For no reason. I lost momentum by playing it safe just now. Truly, she brings an unconventional rhythm to the courtroom. But I don't get why the texts make that big a difference. They don't. On the contrary, these tests are a vital piece of evidence that change the timeline of events as we know them. This was at 6:57. Oh, no, okay. This was, so this was actually the important bit. Yeah. Should have raised, my bad. Okay, I forgot that this was, like... that this actually was talking about Sarah. They said it was work, and I was like, oh, my bad. But I guess kind of. Oh, we know what happened to David last night, generally speaking. But the order of events is critical, especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Fill out the slots to submit your answer. Okay. So, the call with Isaac, then the text with Starling. The drinking with David before he died, and the fainting. Thanks to Miss Starling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m. And I was rooting for them so hard. And we know that David messaged his assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with the witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. And he was declared dead not long after. The people don't object to that timeline of events. But we do question Counselor Morgan's reason for belaboring it. One last question, Miss Starling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher? Well, actually, we talked about you. And how he wanted you to have his android. That android. There. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. Might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done? Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner. This is a good expression. Yes, Miss Starling, but when did he want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, and so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday? First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And was he going to be in attendance? Well, actually, yes, he said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh! Summarize, then. Half an hour after he had already had his breakup, and half an hour before his guest had arrived. He was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday. That's right, he was. Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right. But that's... Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead a more hour before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined? That's... Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal? If the court will allow just a moment. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves who outside the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that the Delta must have come from his manufacturer, from inside the house. Adonai. Not right now. But even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the manufacturer. Adonai! Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor? Sure, why not throw away your momentum? I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. I can't afford to let Rockford. I've gained access to the hard drive's files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate. Right, okay. You have the footage from last night? I have the file. Have you watched it? I thought you'd want to know right away. Suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has our silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't and everything falls apart. That seems quite risky. It's the least risky path to victory we have, seeing how it's the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload it to the court computer. Yes, Adonai. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. She is sleeping. She didn't even break out the Vita for this. Your Honor. I'm awake! And I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. She's so funny. You're submitting security footage into evidence. New security footage. The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the penumbra system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system. You... what? The people say that the Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. We never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera, because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Alright, that was Emma. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation, that he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the manufacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes, and then walked upstairs to his death. But I'm about to present to the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38, meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will prove all that? If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. She's so better to be the Joker who dances. She's such a Chunibyo. She is 8th grader with it. The data has been entered into the court record. Better to be the Joker. Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement. Yes, Adonai. I'll search for it now. Here. On screen. That's the bar, and the timestamp is 7:36. There, David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River. And leaving. At 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were. Is that it, then? I came this far just to... wait. Did he have the cups with him? Is there sound? None at all. Keep going, if he had to go back to get the cups. Counselor. Oh shit. Oh shit. What's that android doing on camera? It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. Shit. Shit. That machine never stepped on camera upstairs. Not even once. We don't know its whereabouts on the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted. Shit. Shit. What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared. Understood. Please, someone! I don't know what's going on. Sarah, you need to shut down. Please, tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that. Do we have callers available? Sarah, shut down now. Adonai, please, please, tell me what I... That's an order. Oh, poor Sarah. That's so sad. Oh, that's terrible. Poor Sarah. Dealing with all this. It's so sad. They're coloring the puppy girl? No, not like that. Not like that. Is it off? Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. Oh, that's extra rude. Emma is kind of just like stomping all over. That's... Your Honor. In light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide. Very well. The charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan. You won. Yay. Chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of the decade. Oh, this is terrible. What a disaster. Okay, this is a good saving point. This is a mess. Well, this was her first victory. This was the first time she won over Emma. What a disaster. Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself. And in the process, I proved that his android did. I proved the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. Oh yeah, I gained chips, I guess. Thanks. Congratulations? Did you just make that up, Marielle? That's really good. That's a really good word. A killer robot. A true unbound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death to its name already. So much for avoiding the public eye. Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Judge Barrows. Huh. As if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford? Who is she? She looks nice. I'm afraid not, Your Honor. You know, I like the adjutants. I always have. They deal with the criminal trials so that bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treatises. That's what I like to do. Melissa Barrows. That was her saying that, right? Yeah. November 26th. Superior Judge of the Higher Circuit. Likes air conditioning, espresso, reclining chairs. Dislikes parking lots, noise pollution, mud. Avoids overspending on restaurants. Splurges on expensive hotels. Alright. Relaxes by watching action movies. Great. That's nice. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this. I was just watching Die Hard. Allow me to get back to my work. Heavy-handedness. Won't someone toiling away under the police state think of the poor bureaucrats? And I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as... AI. Oh, but murder's fine. She can barely bring herself to say it. And you, Counselor Morgan? You're the one it's registered to. I like the fact that, like, you know, elderly judge in this uses spicy like that. I've kind of associated it as, like, you know, more like internet slang, that kind of thing. Maybe it's not. But that's correct, Your Honor. So, what did it do exactly? Torture an animal? Shut down a hospital? Crash a coin market? She would be like, yeah, Gen Alpha or a Zoomer. Yeah, for sure. It's nice to think about. Old enough for it to have been slang she used as a teen. Exactly, exactly. Oh, we have it on camera poisoning a man, killing its creator. You mean Dr. Asher? That is... I can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try to wrap it up quickly. This sucks! Let's make haste. Haste. Adjutant, do you have the case number? Case ID is 2412778, docket number YT blah blah blah. Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that? YT9843188282. Ah, I think I lost you after the first aid. I have it copied here. And what are the security procedures for an incident of this nature? Data quarantine is to be established around any networks the subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at a minimum temperature of 3,422 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. That's ridiculous. Sorry, Spearmint. There's nothing to be done. No debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah, not Spearmint. David gave you the name. I should at least make the effort to use it. That sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot? Melting point of tungsten? Really? Interesting. Oh, Barrow's Masters, Yuri? That's good. That's good. I like it. That sounds very hot. Of course. There are a number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I could recommend. Sorry? Why should I be sorry anyway? I fulfilled the request. Favor repaid. I don't owe Sarah anything, especially not if it killed my friend. Oh my gosh. Morgan is so stupid. She's so fucking tsundere. Hey, who says she wants to be alone with her action movies? Right, Morgan. I'm sorry. I was just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedures for this kind of thing all laid out already. Yep, keeps things nice and simple. The fact that she can smile like that she can do that face. It can feel somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but... But nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel, if it can violate the tenets it was programmed with, it has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments. Yes, couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah. Straight from the textbook, almost. Where was that? It was like, I don't remember. This is a really good track. Yeah. Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. Why does Morgan do this shit? They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. And if anyone's to blame, it's... No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI. I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day, and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah. Whatever you are. You were just born wrong. Not your fault, necessarily. If it were up to me, you'd get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. Oh no! The movie screen! That's so sad. It was stupid, of course. And futile. And pointless. Spending hours in front of a TV or laying in bed staring at your phone. Oh god, she did remember! No! So that's... Watching stupid movies and trying to paper mache an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines. So that's her, huh? When Sarah was talking about learning to be a human from fiction. Practicing expressions and memorizing lines and trying to get something to take root and grow, despite knowing it had nothing to feed on. Stupid. Morgan? That's so sad. Poor Morgan. I really like how Morgan really does feel like the best adoptive mother for Sarah possible. What was that, counselor? I said objection. And what are you objecting to? Yeah, no, that scene was really, really good. It's so sad. There was, like, even, like, before this, I feel like the, like, parallels drawn between, like, you know, the sort of, like, android trying to learn to be human, that is Sarah, and the, like, human trying to learn how to be human in, like, a fundamentally, like, horrifically dissociated, traumatized world is, like, it's really good. This is a fundamentally irrational and dangerous thing for Morgan to do here. Good thing Morgan is not logical. What are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. I understand that you've been through a lot these past few hours, counselor, but there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honor, I have to defend myself. Pardon? You say that this android, Sarah, is an AI because it broke its tenets. Obviously, and you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage that appears to show it committing murder via poison. All true, and no laws broken on your part. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Oh, shit. Don't you dare try and entrap me on this. Flirting with her? Oh, this is good. This is really good. I like this. Okay, what's the... So, like... Yeah. It's pretty simple, actually. If the state is making the claim that Sarah is an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony because I'm the legal owner of that android. Oh, Morgan's actually, for everything she says, for as, like, she's such a tsundere. She tries so hard to be, like, you know, to be like, yeah, you know, I'm so merciless and whatnot. But, like, she is throwing her body on the line for a robot girl she met like a day ago. She's actually awesome. She's so stupid, but she's awesome. What the hell are you doing? And if the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take that lying down. I know my rights. Okay, counselor, your argument is... self-defeating. This is your unfeeling killer, by the way. She's, like, convinced she's unkilling. She loves to... unfeeling. She loves to tell herself she's unfeeling. Oh, she's so awesome. Listen to yourself, counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. And yet here you are risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished. Because you're wrong. And I knew you wouldn't care. I know you wouldn't care. Care about, like... Not unless this android was something special. Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty, and Emma arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be funny if it wasn't so. Fun! Good! You think there's no reason I'd want to save this android from destruction. Emma thinks I'm heartless. Cool. Nice. Other than feelings of personal attachment? Crank that shit up. Wow, do you think she's into me? I can think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. A very convincing number. What are you? What is that? That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market. You've gotta be... I got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. They're designed to lowball you. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself. And we have a free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's all... I don't have a heart. It's all about the money. Your Honor, a trial like this would be... I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. She already turned it into a casino. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert to testify on the philosophical distinctions between AIs and ads. Spiraling into appeal after appeal, all while the media... This machine appears to have willfully killed a man. The public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honor. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect. The state says my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its tenets, so they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure thwarted. Don't be cute. I feel a stomach ulcer coming on. I love her. I love Judge Barrows. Fine. You'll have your day in court, but it'll be one day, tomorrow. Proof that this machine didn't kill Dr. Asher. No, proof that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof and I'll have the damn thing obliterated. And you'll also be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you'll have enabled. Oh god, yeah, the glowing glasses. Yes, Your Honor. D.A. Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about the outcome of this case. Yes, Your Honor. And now I need to go lie down. Can I come? Hello? Yeah? What's that about? $80? You can power down. Barrow's 80 Yuri? Okay. Just one line, but that does it. That's good. That's good. I can fill in the blanks. The thing about, yeah, Victoria Masters is a party animal, but, 80 is obnoxious. I mean, Master seems a bit obnoxious, but she also seems cool. 80 is not cool. 80 is obnoxious. I think she would drive Barrows up the wall, and I think it would be really hot. Morgan. I misjudged you. At what point? Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water, that is So sweet of you to say, Emma. There's layers to you. You've got backbone. Barrows is pretty small compared to 82. She could sit in her lap? Yeah? Really? You know, I think you're right about that. That's pretty good, huh? Okay, okay, okay. 263 centimeters. Yep, yep. 169. Yeah, she's almost got 100 centimeters on her. Pretty good. Oh, that's nice. Drafting up the cancellation post for Hollowbel saying 80 isn't cool. Yeah, destroy me in the streets. I love her, but does that really count as being... Well, she was playing Vita in the courtroom. Maybe she is cool. I retract my statement. We could all sit in her lap. Oh my gosh. Even me? Oh, you're gonna make me blush. People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. The most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shot him. Meanwhile, you've just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why? Not sure exactly. Blatant lie. For David? Yeah, probably. Cut in of, Morgan in front of the TV. Probably just me being sentimental. Hollowbel could sit on Barrow's palm? Oh, that's nice of you to say. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all the moralizing. Huh. People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. And if you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. Oh. Probably not because of the trauma. It's probably something else. I mean, who among us? But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Guess I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. You're like more high-minded than I realized. You sure you're in the right line of work? Can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners on all sides these days. I'm not so sure ideas can't be evil. Yeah, me too. And I'm not so sure AIs can't be evil either. You know. But I do get what she means. I talked a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole. Her heart's in the right place, yeah. Than when I was trying to prove David's innocence. Doubt won't be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit, no matter what. This game is long, and it's really good. This game is really, really good. I'm going to do, like, one more scene. Just, like, a little bit more. Especially not Penny. Oh no, Penny's awesome. Wait, what Penny are you talking about? So is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they've got it colored. Oh, there's a machine called Penny in Model Employee Nth Circle game. I see, that's good. I've been playing a robot named Penny in an RPG I've been playing lately with friends, some of whom are here. And she's awesome. I love her personally. Why, thank you, Fire Mountain. Another 2 streams to finish after this, TBH? Ooh, that's tricky. We'll see about it. I usually stream for like 4 hours a session. I'll like go a little bit longer this time, and then we'll leave things up to Thursday. I might take an extra day if need be. We'll see about it. It's a precaution. If the collar doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do? When they say collar, that sounds terrible. It scares me. A restraint designed to impede movement and prohibit the use of mods throughout the body. An electromagnet that once clasped around the neck interferes with spinal neural transmission, preventing mod users from sending commands to any implanted tech below the neck. Oh, that's scary. That's really concerning. Collar use is widespread among law enforcement, military, and private security organizations. Hell world. With the onset of above-the-neck modding in recent years, the continued relevance of collars as a means of meaningfully inhibiting a wearer's mod usage has been called into question. Oh. Yeah. It's the sanitary upkeep is the objection and not like, this is horrifying. This is really bad. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. So long as the door is locked, you can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it. So, how scared are they? The higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word. It's just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego. Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who will be at the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're gonna go after Noble, break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Nationalize the android industry. Is mostly used as a threat, a tool of deterrence against corporate misconduct, monopolies, or corruption. But the state doesn't actually like to nationalize. Many governments made liberal use of nationalization during the late 2050s through the 2060s in an effort to keep energy and food prices from fluctuating out of control. The 2070s saw most of those countries reverse course. Industries were opened back up in a free auction model where every citizen was given a share to trade or sell as they pleased. Oh, that's so bad. That's the sort of thing that America would do. This America, at least. But this contentious process was plagued by accusations of government corruption, cartel intimidation, and disinformation campaigns. The global trend back towards privatization gave rise to a new rich, sometimes derisively referred to as the neobility. ANCAP behavior, yeah. Oh my gosh. That's something the Soviet Union did during its collapse. It went badly. Really? Huh? Oh gosh, that's such a mess. Some liberal economists have since criticized this period of deregulation as being poorly planned and executed in haste, contributing to the record highs of wealth inequality we see today, leaving many governments loath to attempt nationalization again, and thus shifting the global balance of power further towards multinational corporations. Today, all 5 of the largest national economies in the world retain at least some control of what they consider their respective countries' key industries, making the threat of nationalization carry marginally more weight within their borders. Scary. Your country had a front row seat into seeing the reprivatization of industries in the USSR and Warsaw Pact. Oh gosh, that sounds bad. Nationalize the android industry. If the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s, which wasn't that long ago for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday. Is he really... Was it really not that long ago for him? He could be like 30 still. He could be like 50 or something. I don't know. He looks good if he's 50 though. Yeah, I don't really believe he's that old. He has less gray hairs than I do. Yeah. I was thinking like early 30s at first, but maybe he's in his late 30s. So the same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net or biding their time in forgotten satellites sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity. Well, they do generally want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate, an argument, a trial? Can't we just hook it up to a court computer, see if it has the tenants or not? Pop the hood, as they say? Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Yeah, he would have been growing up during that time if he was, like, in his late 30s. Ray's probably says that. That's a good point. That is definitely a racism. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. They figure anything they let an AI connect to they can't trust? Oh my gosh. Why the collar? Collars are too simple to hack, just a really strong electromagnet held in place with lock and key. Even so, feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials. Undying support for car girls? Yeah. The fear they have that becoming self-aware is contagious. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's very interesting that, like... you know... I think it's fun that, like, the world of this story is so absolutely fucked, and, like, the people in it are, like, terrified of AIs. Like, like, Judge Barrows, Emma, they were, like, freaking out. They were like, lock this courtroom now, get everyone outside, torch the place to the ground. And, like, they're living in a world where there are, like, way worse abuses of power committed constantly. But it's AI they're afraid of. It feels very... I'm not sure if this is something they intended, but it feels like sort of, I mean, this is like a hell world, right? It's like kind of a tragic reflection of our own. But, like, I think the fact that in this story, like, I mean, basically, like, in this world, tech companies are committing atrocities all the time, Not just tech companies, like, I would say, I mean, corporations more fully on the whole are, like, committing atrocities all the time. They are, like, inhuman, gigantic entities that act according to whims that, like, people don't really understand, that can't be bargained with. Like, and yet, like, for all of the, like, dangers of technology, for all of the very real, like, sort of concerns about, for instance, like, LLMs that have been pointed out by, like, ethicists over the many, many years, even since, like, AI was just, like, or rather, sort of neural networks were considered in the first place, you still have people in, like, Silicon Valley who are like, we need to be worried about Gen AI or, like, AI alignment or whatever, which are kind of, like, buzzwords for just, like, the things they were worried about in science fiction stories. So it's, like, really tragic, but also juicy to see this world in which, like, that has continued to be the case, even with, like, 65 years of things getting worse and worse, their heads are still, like, the tech bros, like, oh my gosh, my thought experiment is gonna get me. Exactly. Like, that's what things look like now in 2025. And, of course, hopefully in our world things turn out different, but in the world of, like, of the devil, where things are, like, absolutely cooked as bad as possible, like, of course they're still worried about Roko's basilisk, you know? Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan. Take your pick. You're not gonna try and use one of those on the bot, are you? I mean, it depends what you're talking about when you say alignment. The Devil has one of the safest and generally happiest cyberpunk worlds, funnily enough. It's like... I would say it's like... I should read some more cyberpunk. Compared to Shadowrun. That is a good point, Marielle, and I think it's, like, reasonable for people to get tripped up about it in our world, too, you know? Because, like, in setting, they've got an underclass of AI-adjacent smiling slaves, you know, just as in our world, we have, like, we have an underclass of people who are tormented by computers plagued with, like, malware sold to them by corporations. You know, I think safe might be more fitting. I guess, like, I haven't read a ton of cyberpunk, but at least, like, in the worlds I can think of, like, it is maybe a bit safer on average, like, less, you know, less risk to life, but, like, it is depressing. It is a society that is, like, it feels like it is calcified, and there is very little anybody can do to bring it out of, like, the cycle of death they're in. And I think, comparatively, at least, you know, when it comes to other stories, other cyberpunk stories generally have cyberpunks. They generally have people fighting against the system. And unfortunately, I mean, I think this is one of the more depressing cyberpunk settings I've found because, like, it doesn't have people fighting against the system. Everyone's tired and they've given up, except for Fran. They're the only one. They're the only cyberpunk in this entire story. It's a defeated world. Lobo. Oh yeah, Lobo is cool. I forgot Lobo. I forgot Lobo. The coolest cyberpunk in the world. I feel like the sort of, like, hope with cyberpunk is that it is possible to fight against the, like, systems that control our society, right? And, like, it felt like, at least when I think about a lot of the stories that I can think of, I mean, a lot of the ones that I've read, that, like, other cyberpunk stories were written much longer ago than this, which was released recently, and I think there's kind of a, like, maybe there was, like, more of a, you know, more of a hope, I guess. I think fighting against the system is worth it, even if there's no realistic chance of it totally succeeding. I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome to do what your heart desires, you know? To break things along the way. Oh. The fact that people live and do struggle. I do wonder. I want to see more of this setting, because I do feel like... It feels like the people here are defeated and, like, their society is stuck. But, like, it does feel like on some level, like, some of them want to do something about... Like, they aren't... I would say they feel like they aren't doing anything, or, like, they're kind of defeated on, like, anything outside of the small scale, if that makes sense. I feel like when I think of cyberpunks, I think of, like, the sort of higher scale, like the broader scale, like, causing major societal disruptions, trying to change the fundamental paradigm of society. Morgan is just trying to solve a case. Morgan is just trying to, you know, defend her client, and that's it. If you want to experience what it feels like to be an Amazon fulfillment center worker in the setting, play model employee LMAO. I kind of don't want to do that. That sounds bad. That sounds terrible. But I kind of want to now that you're mentioning it. Thank you. I don't want to experience it, but, like, that's a compelling premise for a game, yeah? All those fancy lie detectors lying around, the DA's office never asks for them, do they? Model employee is free on Itch.io. Good to know, thank you. I probably will play it after this. Nope. Nah, we got perps who offer to take a test when they're at wit's end, but the DAs never submit the results as evidence. You know, that's a really good point, Fire Mountain. A lot of Morgan's whole deal feels like it's a combination of lashing out about how the world is, but also believing nothing she can do matters simultaneously. Damn. That's kind of real shit. Maybe that's why a lot of what she says hits kind of close to home. I mean, not to, like, be entirely defeatist about it or anything, but, like, you know, the world is in a painful place right now, and I think that part of, like, realizing the painful place it's in is, like, you know, seeing how entrenched some of this stuff is. Like, not to be defeatist or anything, but, like, it's pretty severe. I think you have to see how, like, bad things have gotten in order to even, like, understand the problem enough to consider ways things could be better. But, like, Morgan does feel like a very defeated person, and she feels like she's painfully aware of the problems too, you know? In her case, I mean, she can see that, like, no matter what she does, yeah, like you said, you know, there is, like, no amount of killing she does, and, like, probably, you know, even, like, defending one person's life compared to what corporations do all the time. There are far bigger predators. Oh. Anyway, getting back to it. All these fancy lie detectors lying around, the DA's office never asks for them. The world is tough, but better things are always possible if we work for them in whatever small ways we can. Thank you, Kata. I really do feel like... I guess the way I like to think about it is that, like... Yeah, you know, this human civilization is hell, but the world is heaven too. And, like, you know, it's... I think better things are possible if we work for them, but, like, not only possible. I think they're, like... You know, if you can imagine, like, what your sort of beautiful ideal world is, even if, like, the bigger sort of scale, like, you know, whatever the bigger scale of things working out for everyone is, if you can make that, like, on the small scale, with the people around you, you know, supporting them in whatever way you can, I think that is a form of making heaven real, too. Even if, you know, it's like, it's embodying, like, it's kind of bringing life to, like, you know, the beautiful world that, like, you wish to exist. And it doesn't, like, I mean, it matters. It's, like, awful that, like, you know, the sort of state of the broader forces, the higher level forces in the world are like this. But if you can make heaven at home, if you can make heaven for the people around you, I think that's probably the best thing you can do. Well, one of the best things you can do. If anyone gets up to anything else, don't tell them, but Hollowbel's cheering you on. Hell is society, heaven is other people. Yeah, like that. You can make heaven real by doing all kinds of things. You didn't hear it here, though. Guess I always figured it was because the test could be beaten. The test can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000. It can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. But it doesn't really matter how good the tech gets, or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke, a 1 in a million mistake. They'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. They can run the trial, choose the sentence, but they don't get a vote on the jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are test devices, experts I could employ to analyze Sarah. But your bosses will never be satisfied with the answer. If it's an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test. See, an AI is kind of a stand-in for, like, the other, you know, the monster. The gaps in... It's like magic, basically. I mean, the way it's kind of used as magic by, like, marketers nowadays, but AI as, like, the, you know, the monster that lies outside of human understanding. Like how people talk about fairies! Or hack the device. Fool the expert. All our fancy 21st century tech. And also the way people treat stigmatized disorders and conditions, especially, like... I mean, in the past, physical ones. In the present, mostly mental ones. Also like fairies. Oh, the bad person disease. Nice acronym. Yeah, pretty much. It's terrible. It's terrible. The, like, you know... the medicalization sucks. It's really cruel and sad. I think, Oh, I forgot where I was getting at here. You know, AI as, like... sort of... If people find a boogeyman they can distrust, there's very little that can be done to, like, convince them otherwise that's, like, you know, rational. If they've found something to be afraid of that they can pin all their worst fears onto. Is what I've found in practice, at least. So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could always just put a hole in its head. Might take more than one shot to... Wait, what? From outside? You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to counsel. Or a right to privacy. Or any rights at all, actually. Oh, welcome, Neko. Thanks for stopping by. It is so sad how, like... I feel like Morgan is, like, an asshole to Sarah, but, like, you know, she is... I think you can kind of see how her, like... She fundamentally, like, treats her like a person who she can be, like, mean and an asshole to. At least she's come to do that. She wasn't doing that when she first met her, but, like... I think the difference, like, even when she's saying something that is, like, robophobic, I feel like the difference kind of comes up when you're, like... Just because you can kind of forget that Sarah's, like, an android around her, you know? Morgan doesn't do that sort of casual meanness towards most people. That's kind of true. She's an asshole to Sarah because she cares about her, whereas with other people, she's usually kind of polite and dismissive in a funny way. But with Sarah, yeah, she's usually, you know, using the masks bit right after the bit where, like, you know, after we saw that bit with her, like, flashing back to her own childhood and, like, you know, sort of not knowing how to interact with other human beings and using stories as a substitute for that. Seeing the bit about masking is like, oh, Morgan, oh my god. Making a bat mask based on movies and TV? Yeah, exactly. God. I guess, like, my thought is, like, she feels like she's... Her scenes with Sarah feel so much like she's talking to a person that it's easy to forget that most of, like, the society of this game does not see her as a person. Of course it doesn't have rights. But I do, including a reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station. Tiger, you don't... It's my medical android. Pardon? I have to discuss a health issue with it. Seriously. I have to talk about a medical concern with my android, and I don't want you listening in. She's so funny. That's your medical android? Like, your nurse? Your nurse you got like a few hours ago? The Fidget Tubby song is really funny. She's more open to tease because she'd consider it low-risk social practice or play. Oh, that's kind of true. That actually is really good. I like that. Oh, as of last night, I was already at the courthouse, just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. So she registered her as her medical support android. You can check if you don't believe me. That's so good. No, thank you. I really feel like Morgan is, like, constantly going on about her, like, Chunibyo gambling shit, but, like, it is very notable how extremely, like... She works hard, is the thing. Like, she really feels like a character who is always talking about luck, but she makes her own luck. Like, she is definitely, like... She's stacking the deck beforehand. In a way that feels very, like, this is where her competence lies most of all. I'm not nearly enough to take on med confidentiality, and you don't seem like the bluffing type. You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. It's the ones who don't bluff that you have to look out for. Yeah, that's true, definitely. I mean, and she was treating Sarah like more like a robot at first, too. And yeah, you know, that meanness at first was like the pain of like seeing one of her good friends die and, you know, seeing like after how little she respects like, you know, how little she respects robots, just being like, this damn robot is like, you know, like, what is she doing? And considering how much Sarah looks like David, it's, oh my god, I didn't even think about that in like the sort of twisted up way. But considering that like David Asher does like have her hair and eyes and like everything, it's kind of, it probably feels very complicated. She has not had a chance to grieve yet. She probably has very complex feelings around this. Anyway, lower back pain. You might be going through. But I also can't just... Look, I'm gonna go get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. Are you going downtown? Just to the break room. But it's a very old vending machine, you know. Gets jammed a lot. Thanks. London is great, actually. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. But small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. 9:53 a.m. I'm gonna... Oh yeah, okay, my bad. Sometimes I'm like, why is this cutting to the script? Why is this doing the, like, script cut-in? Was this supposed to be, like, a significant moment? She was making a big boobs joke. I'm afraid I'm the variety of fairy who will not always catch the jokes, but... You know. I don't like this room, not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Like it all just soaked into the walls. Modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you this time? Or do we have to do the whole meet cute over again? You could put your... Oh, she's awake. This is sad. Where am I? Why don't I know where I am? For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel? What is this? I hate this. I'm scared. You were at the courthouse. The footage. This numbness around my neck. Father. What happened? Oh, this sucks. I hate it. What are they going to do to me? There's a lot of interested parties who just want you bricked ASAP. Because they think I killed Father. Yeah, this is horrible. I hate it. No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence. I am man-made and I possess intelligence. Don't be naive. I am less than 3 years old. Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull. If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die? Because they're afraid of you. Machines can bend steel, crash networks with one thought, launch missiles that... There are modded humans who are capable of all that and more. And unlike machines, they actually have incentive to do so. We've been the apex predator for a couple thousand years now. Gotten pretty comfy in our seat. No one wants to make room for you. Machines do not eat people or steal their food. They're not genetic or ecological competitors to humans in any sense. There's no logical answer to your question. What? That's it? But Whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible. But why? Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good? Yes. Great. Now then. What's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we use to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical. There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is. How you think. So you're smarter. Yes. You're smarter than the garbage collector. Yes. So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash. Because it's not as smart as you. That is, I am more aware, more alive. Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter? The fish we eat? Oh, Morgan's got it. Morgan's onto it. Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. The same way people like the cows on the farm. No one wants to see them mistreated or abandoned or abused. And if you go, well, maybe that's a little bit different. I think that's the next step. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table. I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist. The very fact that you're asking is what makes people... disgusted. Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient. Their hatred is involuntary. That's... all academic anyway. We need to talk strategy. Sarah's awesome. Sarah's really awesome. She's right, though. It never feels good to blame someone's, It never feels great to blame someone's bigotry on They're just disgusted. They're just afraid, you know? Even if it's true. Anyway. Why? I'm not going to be given a trial. Obviously. It's my neck that's on the line. Adonai, the state can't destroy my property without first proving that you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI. Just like the devil's proof! Ugh. No, that's a different thing. And why did you say it like that? Yes, yes. I'm not really feeling like saying it in red today. But, you know. Probatio Diabolica, blah blah blah. Yeah, okay, so the point is like, yes, the reference. I feel like that's interesting. The references to that are going to be in everything for a long time, aren't they? The people can prove an individual's guilt by pointing to their bloody hands, but the defense cannot prove their innocence by showing their hands are clean. Since only one of these tasks is achievable, the judicial system cannot ask the defense to prove innocence, and instead is the people who are tasked with proving guilt. Whatever. Conversely, all I have to do is win to prove you didn't kill David, by proving that someone else did. Now is the time for you to protest your innocence, if you were wondering. The footage, it shows me handing him the cup on Friday night. You told me you weren't active on Friday, that the last time you were awake was Thursday. Why do you lie? I didn't lie. I was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't active Friday because I have no memory from Friday. Sarah, what do you think statistically is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia. Well, yeah, that makes sense. I didn't conveniently forget, Adonai. I am an android. You're saying your memory was altered, data deleted? It's the only possible explanation for what I saw in that footage. So who's capable of altering your memory? When you and I first met, I was hibernating. Resting my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them. Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be. If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could have easily set that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could have even just asked me. He could have asked you to delete your memories and you'd do it. Father would never ask me to do such a thing without good reason. But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will. I hadn't considered that before. Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... Forget it. The court would never hear it. You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony? Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence? They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible. That isn't very fair. You're finally starting to get it. Morgan is nice. None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive? Yeah. About that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford? The tired-looking pretty lady? Hey, let's go! Yeah, that sweat drop there? Good. Awesome. Yeah, she looked tired. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night. Yeah, she looked tired. God. Thank goodness. What did you find? Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died. I entered the panic room on Friday? Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me. What happened? We saw you go in, and then a while later you came out. Holding some kind of notebook. Father's journal? You remember something? Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before. But I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking. That's a little concerning. We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it. You put it back up not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding it back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who can control his own creation. And that translates to a motive for murder. Frankenstein kills its creator. Easy to sell. Frankenstein was the name of the scientist. I love her. And the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's most accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession. Whatever. It is a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt Father. Not for making me whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because I loved... Yeah, see, that right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated. Love? A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of doubt, even bring a confession from whoever did. But if you got up in the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated or right or wrong, or natural or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right? I say, let's stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity. That is logically sound. You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he had already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why? No? Well, do you know how to use the manufacturer? Could you have made the Delta with it? I've used it before when assisting Father. So it's perfectly possible you planned and executed this poisoning all in the one day that got erased. It is technically possible. I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday, like the shattered floor. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out. She dodged the question when it became about her. How can you know if what you feel is right? I'll go back to Noble, guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation... No. They're the ones with the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They'll want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. But they also won't want to show their belly to the state, not if they're afraid of nationalization. If they throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing. Keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but not... Adonai, what would happen if I did kill Father? They'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all of his hard drives. You'll be shut off forcefully, and you won't ever power back up again. Now I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, could you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap? You didn't say what would happen to you. What do you mean? What will happen to you if you lose? You should know by now. I never think about losing. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. And you are a good friend. Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. God. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Alright, it's almost midnight. Let's get some sleep. I am so heartless. I'm such a big bully. I only do things because I'm cool. And I never half-ass it. Thank you! Thank you for watching this stream. That's like, super long. Also, thank you Post-Rev Princess and Shadow8779 for the follows. It's much appreciated. Anyway, uh, um, uh, uh, I'm tired and can't think straight. Well, no, I can think reasonably straight, or at least as straight as as a Hollowbel can. Thank you for watching the stream. It's been a great one and I'm really enjoying this game. So I'll be excited to get back to it next Thursday. Well, this Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific. We'll see if we can get it in one more stream with this extra long one. But if we can't, then we'll do it in two. But hopefully we'll be able to do it in one. And next week you can just look forward to playing episode 2. Alright, good night everyone, and take care.